Howdy, howdy. Welcome, everyone. So today we're gonna go on a different adventure. We're gonna go to space and to different planets. We'll be working with lots of stuff. Howdy. How's it going? Huh? Huh? Could also say, howdy's nuts? For reference. But let's not get into the semantics. Let's jump right in. All right. Bam. This will be quite the ride. Beautiful. Brings a tear to my eye. Let's go. What difficulty are we all thinking about right now? I could go supernova, but I don't know how long that'll last. Could go normal, could go hard. But first things first, never going easy mode. Hard? Okay, okay. Subtitles, text size. Yeah, it's good.
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny.
Follow
When you
vibes.
go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Top secret. Drifting, unable to be retrieved. And here we are. Someone bridging in to the edge of the colony. So this game was made by Obsidian Studio, which made Fallout New Vegas. So in other words, they're great at crafting RPG adventures. Precisely.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left adrift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Stats? Of course intelligence can be up there.
Oh, your test scores were better than mine. Almost.
Charm, temperament.
I hope you won't yell at me the moment I wake you up.
No passive health regen. Okay, strength. Give me a moment. Huh. Let me give it a quick refresh.
Come on, Phineas, pick one and leave.
Okay, I better. I'll fix that here in a second. Do we want health regen? It goes up a point and a half. Be good over time, but in battle situations, that's not going to be viable. Charm, talk my way out of stuff. Intelligent, obviously very high. Like that for persuasion, hack, medical, science, determination. Which leaves 2, and we can put that into strength to increase carry capacity, and for dexterity, we'll make that also good. Appreciate it. Okay, leadership points. Where to stick the points? Meta. Go tag.
Ah, a fellow tinkerer.
Okay, and then range, defense, dialogue. Let's go range.
We'll put those marksmanship scores to good use.
That we will. Jobs. Elevator operations specialist, engineering, farmer, food additive, janitor, toss ball.
Oh, the damage to your soul may be irreparable. How degrading.
Dang, it's
I
brutal.
hope you're comfortable with needles. Safety inspector. Oh, they must have meant bribe collector.
A bribe collector.
A lab spread, eh? Huh, we all start somewhere, I suppose.
Well, we can do either an elevator operator specialist, which adds 1 to engineering, or we can do aptitude bonus science assistant, which adds science plus 1. Or it could be a chef. That wouldn't fit right. We'll go.
Not much
elevator
risk of
operator.
injury in this profession.
Okay. Male or female? Let's go male. What do we got? It's a pretty bony face. Dang, that's a really jawline face. Looks like the Chad meme. That's not too bad. Wait, what was that one? Five or 3. It's like an eye exam. 1 or 2? 2 or 3? 5 looks, yeah. But 3 looks more natural. Let's go 3. Dang. Different shades, different folks. My color looks like a deep shade of red. Sharingan. That's what it looks like. Let's go for a brown. Dark brown? Light brown. White. Oh, we're gonna do a shade of brown, alright. We're gonna do this bright auburn. Brow horizontal, so it goes upward? Oh, it goes side side. So the side profile. We're gonna change the side profile up. Oh, brow forward, this is... Back a little bit. Verticality. Reduce that by a little bit. Horizontal. Oh, these are the eyes now. Oh, the eyes could be closer together. Also, the eye size is way too big. Looks like a, if it was still that red, it could be a vampire. Jaw vertical. Mouth size. Vertically? I was gonna see how far that could go. Let's go down at least one. No size. From the side. Get super small. Leave it like that. Tilt. Let's talk about up here. Man, makes you really think about people's anatomy. Different kinds of noses. What defines a face? So this was average. Bring the nose back just a little bit. Alright, width. Man, they were kidding about width. I think the average is decent. Okay. It's a Squidward nose. It's tempting. Go like max. There you go. Something like that. Squidward. Squidward. Alright, I gotta remember where I had this at. The tilt was like middle -2 and width was just like 1. Verticality. It's like right there. So pretty sure I had it like right there. Cheeks? talking about like cheekbone size? Oh, just the in and outward of it? Oh yeah, it's definitely talking about cheekbone size. Face made to kill. Hairs. That's thinking. Only if it was reversed. I mean, this kind of comes close to it. Alright, we'll use this. This would be the ultimate hairstyle. It looks like a wig. Doesn't even look real on this person. Kind of crazy. Disheveled. What's his name? Comb over. Small comb over. Exactly like the shampoo ads. Was it Dr. Squatch? The soap bars? That's what it kind of reminds me of. The long hair. This is like a military cut. Kind of. Let's go back to that messy. No, not that one. This one? It just looks huge. Seven head cards. Right. Well, we could just leave it at this. Mr. Worldwide. Eyebrow style? Oh, it's a dark brown. This one a little bit lighter. This one is not eye destroying. That looks too huge. Looks like an old man cut. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. Okay, we've been in a pod for a really long time. I know we haven't even been thawed out yet. But howdy, Luna. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Let's go with a 5 o'clock shadow. You can tell something's growing, but it's not there yet. Go for a darker shade. Let's go lamp chops. Man, Abe Lincoln would be proud. Stealing his lamb chops. And yeah. Hair's looking a bit crazy. Also, let's get rid of. Oh, shoot. Maybe just a little bit. I don't know, kind of like the military cut. I just don't really keep it officially. Okay, we're gonna move on. Yeah, we're gonna do the military cut. Mako? Man, that could be all kinds of crazy. Wait, can I change the color for this? Oh yeah, I was gonna check out the eyebrows. Shoot. Let's back it up for a moment. We skipped one. Unibrow? Wait a minute. Looks like an evil mastermind. Sussy uncle. I don't know what kind of uncles you had in your life, but those would be some very questionable characters. Let's go through all the eyebrows real fast. 9 and 1. One is raised down a little bit. No eyebrows? Man. Wait. Did your questionable uncle have a mohawk that was like a pinkish color? I don't know. And no eyebrows? I'd say this is pretty sus. I gotta change the hair color once more. Eyebrows. 33? 33 looks decent. 32. Let's get rid of the facial hair. 5 o'clock shadow. Just make them blue. Right. We gotta get moving on to the actual game. As much as character customization, how fun it can be. I would just take almost the whole stream. Horribly done wig? Yeah. Got all kinds of strange makeup. It can be dirty too, if you really wanted to. Gone through the wars, seen better days. Any good protagonist gotta have scars somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Change this up here shortly. Oh, that's horrifying. It's like mold. Ladies and gentlemen, present to you there we go. Wow. So I should go back and remake him into the team mascot. Thanks for the redeem. Goth gone wrong? Yeah, I agree. Okay, let me change this for the last time. Turn that old down. Scars. Does this man have like a big cut across his face? Howdy, Death. Welcome. Thanks for blasting my ears as well. Trust me. Probably would. That's why I never play games like that. Spend hours upon hours. Get through some dirt. But what would be like a healthy dirt? Be the second one? Scruffed up? Last one is definitely too prominent. Looks like he just threw mud on his face. Fourth one looks like he's been in the trenches for too long. The first one, or the second one there, it's pretty horrifying. I might go with the fourth one. Oh yeah, actually I might change the facial hair. If I added a beard, goatee, if I reduce the facial, clean shave looks too clean. But with the stubbles, it's too prominent. With the 5 o'clock shadow, you can't see too well. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead with it. Okay. Strength good, dexterity good. We have intelligent high, of course. Perception average, temperament, charm good. Okay, everything seems to be in place.
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend. Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump.
Wow. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I can't believe it took over a half hour for character creation. If there was more choices, it'd take longer.
Shit. Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? A bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally,
70
reviving someone
years.
after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately,
Essentially, your cells just commit suicide.
Saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out.
Space Fallout? Of
Oh,
course.
I see we're in position. Good luck!
Inside a glass pod at the start, of course. Like any good starting game should be. See the similarities between
Is this thing working?
the Fallout
There you are.
and this.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry, I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
And we're coming in hot. Good fashion, we landed. Could've been worse, could've been better.
Ah, you've landed good. Hawthorne should be close by.
Oh,
What in laws?
yeah, he's
Is
close
that
by.
you? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste.
Yeah,
Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh?
that's true.
Not sure I
Man.
trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
At least it was kinda instant. Graphics pretty good as this new game. This is Space Fallout. It came out 2019. I recall it was recent, but not that recent. They're making The Outer Worlds too, which comes out I think a year from now or 2 years. Because this is a pretty popular game. Yeah, they originally announced this game at E3. It was the talk of the town for a bit because this is a space RPG made by Obsidian, the makers of New Vegas. So everyone knew this was probably going to be a pretty big seller. Understandable. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Okay. Yeah.
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Oh. Ouch.
Hey, you.
Yeah,
here.
bud. Recommend this.
You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, wow, that stings. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters.
When your luck stats 1, you want to fight some people and your gun goes off and shoots you. I know, when you fall down, you get a real good sound of that crunch.
Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's Choice doesn't like us accepting outside help.
That's good. Didn't want you guys mentioning me at all. Or find me in any records. What are you doing out here? What's this? The Bomb Marauders.
Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. Some hullhead grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders.
Yep.
See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I've got a
You
better
look like
idea.
you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time.
Guy's really proud. But imagine that. %30 less likely to malfunction.
Damn it!
As it was faulty to begin with.
Oh, what just happened?
Wait a minute. I got a sword.
Can you hear me? What in the... This...
Get save right here. Guns blazing. Ooh. Legendary wingman skin. That's what it looks like. Hacking. Can I hack this? Missing 2. Before I could actually crack it open. Surprised I didn't hear it. There's 2. 3. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Okay. Let's continue. I didn't even see this. Well, this is what I signed up for. This is hard mode. I won't say I regret it either. Learn a hard, valuable lesson. Through effort and skill, you'll be able to overcome any challenges in any mode. Let's see. It's it tells me their health bar. Does it say if they use guns or not? There we go. That time went even more smooth. Perfect. Let's check the inventory. I think we picked up some armor. 3, 4. Oh, I look like one of the goons out here. I definitely look like one of them now. 4 and 4, but the armor's pretty good. I look like Isaac from Dead Space. Dead Space 2. Okay. I feel like I'm missing a body. Okay, there's 1. Wait, where's the other one? So this is 2. Wait, I shot that other one down here. Is it in the bushes? It is. He had nothing. A drip? Exactly. There's the ship. Save right here.
Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed!
Okay.
Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Colin, that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
I dealt with a few of these marauders, not impressed. And they care about landing violations rather than the people?
You out of your mind? No way! Once we've dealt with these marauders, I'm hunting that sick freak down. I just, you know, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs, son.
Back down from a challenge? I bet you could get these marauders to tell you where the owner of that ship is. Ooh, a lie?
You think? Most marauders can't even talk. But criminals do attract other criminals by their own nature. You know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
Can't believe they care about a report more than anything else. Okay, I'm glad I paused that. Man, I can't even get a shot in. It's just taking them out. Man, I've been hit. Is that it? any other new weapons I should be looking for? All I know is when I finally get around to it, be able to sell some of this equipment. I think I can repair it right now. Break it down. Reception begins. Correct. Saber's choice. Okay, we'll keep the weapons. We'll keep the armor, but we'll break down most of the helmets that we managed to go pick up.
This is gonna take a lot of paperwork. This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
Should I just like wait? Should I just I'm gonna open it up and walk in.
Please
Pretend
be
nothing
informed
happened.
that this vessel contains no Marauder. Please be informed that ignoring me is dangerous for your health.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be fine. What's in here?
Intruders are not authorized to access the Unreliable's amenities, including the cargo hold's workbench.
Don't mind me. I'm taking the good stuff. Item repair. It's true. Holy, 91 DPS, 73. Yeah, right. What else is up here? Basically a lacrosse stick. How wonderful. I don't see technically anything else. But let's go up here.
All doors are on security lockdown. Nice try, Marauder.
I mean, I
Marauder, please be informed the ship has no crew for you to murder.
do look like one. Oh, what's in the fridge? A little bit. Doesn't want me in the ship, but look at all these nice amenities.
Smile for my surveillance device, Marauder. I am tracking your every move.
Where's the cameras at? It's a light. Oh, right there. I'm smiling. The ship has a crew to murder. Maybe. It's sealed up. Oh, we're about to find out. We're gonna head to the objective now. Unless... what would happen if I just danced around the table?
Marauder, please be informed that the engine room contains nothing of value.
Nothing of value? Then what's this? Scrap this ship for parts if I really wanted to. Not saying that I would. Okay, how does one modify? Tinker does the upgrading. Okay. Bits. That's the currency. Do have enough parts though. %. Oh no. Let's break down one of these swords. Then let's Let's repair this sawed-off shotgun for 5%. Okay. Okay.
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities.
How
Hello,
about no?
Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator
Ada?
of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction.
Immediate destructions? What are you gonna do with self-destruct?
Jetstream procedures initiated. Disengage in airlocks. Preparing to eject all boarded parties in 5, 4.
Alright, let's go.
2, 1.
Calling your bluff.
You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment. This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne.
So the
I am
guy we
incapable of
smashed.
accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne.
Even though he's smashed to pieces. Exactly. Deception. Trying to deceive the deceiver. Hawthorne's dead, I'm sorry. Your captain's a red smear. Okay,
I
let's do this.
understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand? Well
Right.
done, Captain Hawthorne.
Guess I'm
I see
Captain
your
Hawthorne.
powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately,
Stupid.
our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power
Hawthorne?
regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be
Hawthorne?
replaced.
I doubt finding part of this in the
Astutely
garage.
observed.
Of
However,
course.
The probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity
yeah.
power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements.
So basically, she's telling me
I have
it's a
taken the liberty of
probability.
printing you a new captain's identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it.
Not gonna put Captain Hawthorne nonsense.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
your
Captain
cooperation. Best of luck
Hawthorne.
in your search
Let's
for
go.
a power regulator. Try to
Stealing
stay
the
alive
ship.
this time.
Try to stay alive.
The navigation console is offline at this time, Captain.
I hope that woman outside's gone. Otherwise, we're gonna have some issues. Management training. Every time you level up your blah blah blah. Okay. Do I just stick? Okay, so it just distributes it. Okay. Critical hit. Then we'll put. I can't believe the lie worked. Skill checks a little not too good. A leap forward? Why is the screen so small? So it's been set out. The screen itself is like it's captured weirdly. Cause in game setting, It doesn't capture the full monitor size, so it's been reduced. But although since you brought it up, I can always make it bigger. There. We just won't talk about it explicitly. Okay, we'll throw one into tech. Ranged again. Melee. Power and sweep attacks. Throw one in dialogue again. Throw another one to tech and another one to range. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dialogue combat skill. Attacking the correct type of target, they're automatically. Ooh, can disarm them. Selecting perks. Base health 50% better versus compatriots. Fast travel when encumbered. Carrying capacity is up by 50 kilograms. Base armor rating. Pretty interesting points. What is tier 2? I'll give myself more defense to start. Okay, let's overwrite that. Let's go outside. We'll have to deal with this lady.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, mister, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay.
You got it all wrong, Starship Safety Inspector.
Oh, I know. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
Who woulda knew? Who would have seen that one coming? Took the lie too easy. Safe road, and that looks like a camp. So we're gonna go to the camp. Knock knock. Oh man. Talk about hard hitting shots. I can actually sleep out here. Mag pack. Sleep 8 hours. 6, 12. What time is it in game. We'll say 11. Should be, yep, it's 9. Kinda. Kinda like it. See the rings, the light waves in the sky. The many, many stars and moons. I like it. Okay, we'll just have to make our travel into Edgewater. How come that was the only one I could read? Calculation, Vicky O'Neill.
Oh, hey, where'd you come from?
I'm from around.
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's Marauder territory, friend.
Well, I'm well aware.
Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium? Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices.
So they say.
Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you.
I know.
Name's
He looks like he
Silas.
hasn't slept in
Junior in humor
weeks.
for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family.
Silas. Who do I search about? Power Regulator. Money. Junior in humor.
Hey, I earned that fancy title. Started off a lowly junior gravesite builder, then junior interment engineer. Oh, and I was a junior burial assistant for a time.
Wow, this is like a parody on modern day jobs. It's all about the titles.
The rate I've been working, I'm bound to earn a promotion. Must be about 50, 60 burials away from associate in humor.
Wow. Depressing. Big brain game. Just a little bit. Looks like he's been in the warm bath for the past 48 hours. Yeah? Yeah. Can tell by the wrinkles. His red nose. Temperature was too hot. His eyes. He's crying in the bathtub.
Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer? Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery.
Someone call
None
me
of
a
us own our
freelance
grave sites. We rent them from the
engineer.
company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see. Four workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little. He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure he pays up.
Alright, let's, interesting. Let's set this to active. Do the side quests. Earn some cash. Like any good engineer, you start out broke and jobless. As a genius, I am unemployed. Freelance work at its finest. Eyelids are getting heavy. Of course, that definitely means you need to rest up. Take all the time you need, get some rest, and like always, until the next time, get some good sleep. And thanks for dropping by, Board.
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to his senses. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff. I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. That's right. That's what I've been saying. We gotta square our shoulders and stand ever vigilant.
Gotta watch out.
Mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant, clattering about, firing at the birds, orchestrating their uprising. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing shoulder to shoulder with the resistance? I've been gathering up a war
This
chest
is
over
like
the
a
years.
straight
Some
parody
tuna cans
of
mostly, some
Skynet
Spacer's
and
Chaw,
Terminator.
few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid.
This is priceless.
Enlistment fees. Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the resistance a bad name. Return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back.
Wow, my ears. But welcome, Z. Glad to see you. So we're playing the Outer Worlds. Right now, we are doing a quest where we go after robots.
Mechanical's got a weak spot in their midsection.
Actually, I don't want to listen to this dialogue. Okay, we got another quest to do. Yeah, we'll do this one real fast. What a classic greeting. Nothing beats it. Doesn't know I'm here. Alright, critical time. Pretend like I wasn't here. Gonna come around the corner and see something's up. Take them out slowly, one by one. I can sell that. Let's jump back down. Poor lad. This is mating habits. Gerald, if you're in this. I'm done waiting for you. Click my things and meet me at the site. Don't be late. Well, there's the assistant. Wait, what was the name? Who's the researcher? Ken Van Ecker. Okay. Wow, actually thought that would be a little bit harder. I'm just hunting, that's all. Is this the robot? Is this... That's where the famous Skynet is? Wow.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply. Damage to navigation systems detected. Attempting to...
I need a engineering 38. You know what? I'll come back and fix them up once I get some experience. Okay. Oops. I didn't select it correctly. Yeah, we'll just go inside the town for right now. As we know, it's right around the corner. Where's my engineering skill at? $25. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to really up it up. Salto now.
Sorry, I'll just be a minute.
You had a minute. Next one comes out of your pay.
Corporate trooper.
Ease off the threats, friend.
Classic.
Boss's orders. We all got quotas to make.
Classic corporate world where titles and pay matter more than your life.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max if you're the sort who prefers brevity. I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling, this season's tossball predictions, the quickest way out of town.
Quickest way out of town. That's pretty comedic.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but your choice of wardrobe is not precisely common hereabouts.
That's true.
Also, you lack the distinctive worker gaze. Usually either a deadening behind the eyes, or in some rare cases, a wild-eyed frenzy, like a trapped animal.
Interesting.
Oh, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness in this town.
It's definitely gotta be tough.
Yes. Yes, it is. But it's my job, and I take it very seriously. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are good, hard-working people here.
True.
Just a moment. If you're going to be walking around outside, make sure you're well prepared. Unless you don't care for your life. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book.
We're getting money. Handsome sum? Tell me more.
So you'll consider it. I do appreciate you hearing me out, and, your discretion.
Anything to do with a little
It's
freelancing.
a handwritten journal. A faded blue cover with the name Mbakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public consumption. Glad we see eye to eye. Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
See, so you can go up
Hey
and talk to
there, Mary.
anyone. As long as
Don't
they
see
don't
you
have a
around here
NPC
too
name
often.
like Resident.
Oh, I just came to talk to the vicar is all. None of us are above confessionals.
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
This is the cantina. Is this the general store?
Almost lost a finger in the cannery today.
Maintenance division. Where can I go to sell my stuff? I think this is the general store.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier.
This is definitely not the general store, but this is one of the guys I need to talk to for this quest. Abernathy? Yeah.
Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. That's old Abernathy.
Dang.
You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state?
Yeah. In fact, I am.
You don't know that. I could have been saying anything. Maybe I said vague. You know how words sound a mite strange when you're sick. Wait, no. Damn it. Okay, listen. Maybe I am feeling a little.
He's
under
outed
the weather,
himself.
but I swear I'm on the mend. Please, don't tell the constable. She'll toss me in the sick house. I would have confessed before the good vicar. Get some ablutions for my spirit. Just never found my courage is all. Hey, you're hale and healthy and possibly for hire, ain't you? Do a good turn for an expiring old man.
I guess I can. I'm
There's a cache
freelancing.
of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and bring it back to me. I'll do what I can. You will not find any guards within sight of that old place. Marauders, on the other hand.
Interesting.
I have it on good authority. There's a gang of them squatting.
How does he know that?
I advise stepping softly.
Southern accent. Well, it seems we got ourselves into a big stick. Well, we'll move on from that.
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy.
What do you mean, mistake? Who are you?
Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with Abernathy. I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine.
Yep, I'm thinking
Abernathy
about
is
it.
a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me
What
instead.
about you?
All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his
Not
attic.
function? Yep, seems to be a problem.
I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do.
What is that?
Alright, here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town. And
Yep.
we don't have the medicine to treat them all. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you.
Uh-huh. Go on.
I'm paid better than Abernathy. Whatever he's
Alright.
giving you, I will do you one better.
Alright.
That's all I can ask of you.
Yep. I gotta say, it's a pretty darn good offer. If I do say so myself. If anything, go off and give it to her. Make some better cash. But as of right now, got some stuff to do.
The grease monkey, Argo?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir. You asked why it's taking so long to fix. The answer's technical.
Don't apologize. Just try using small words for me.
The can's bust open in the oven because she's set to cook saltuna, which isn't what we thought. Mr. Thompson? I think there's someone here to see you.
Focus, Miss
Right.
Holcomb. You and I are still talking. Let's start over. Walk me through the process. Show me where it's going awry.
Well, sure. It's mostly on account of what we're feeding into the mechanism.
It puts food in cans. We have food, we have cans. Why won't it work like we need?
She's expecting saltuna of a certain size. We're filling the cans with, well, not fish.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Engineer's life is sure a hard
Seems we've
one.
got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself.
Yep.
I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform.
Uniform? Where does he think I'm from?
Of course not. I don't have that kind of luck. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process.
Alright, let's hear it.
There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly
Botanical
abandoned,
lab.
so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the
Squandered
geothermal
by
plant.
who?
Reroute power from the botanical district
going on?
over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on
Alright,
the
I think that's enough for now. When you say most abandoned, what do you mean?
I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but There are people who live.
Okay, what kind of people are we talking? Marauders?
I am not trying to pull one over on you, friend. You were bound to run into them sooner or later.
Uh-huh. Go on.
The people living in the Botanical.
Deserters?
They're deserters.
Not marauders.
Former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home.
If you want to solve your deserter problem, I charge by the head.
Edgewater is struggling. We haven't hit our
Dang.
production quota in years.
Okay, let's go why.
If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations.
Just have a union revolt. Become an independent town. Simple as that.
Neither do I. The fault was entirely.
Push them too hard?
I pushed them too hard. My hope is that by cutting off
Stupid.
their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the Botanical Lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful.
Who are you?
I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to
looking
part
down.
ways with Miss Holcomb.
Look up.
But I cannot deny that she is talented and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
I see, I see. Sure, I could use the company. Yeah, might as well.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
A little bit. Companion, yep. Some people may require completing another quest. Come on. So, what quest we talked about here?
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk.
Okay. I mean, we're in the elevator. Come on.
Hey, mister, can we talk? Sorry. Can we talk?
Yeah. If you step out of the elevator and outside. Okay, what is it?
Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just...
Tag along
Mr.
with you?
Thompson has his
Nah,
own
you're gonna tag along with me.
On account of it's his job.
I need an
and all,
adventure.
But that's not the only side of the tale.
Okay, go on. What's the other side?
Oh, he ain't a liar. He believes every word he says. It's just, he doesn't always get where other folk are talking from. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew
Another
some of them
cog in the
before
wheel.
they left.
It's a pretty basic concept of a business. That's why there's ethical practices implemented, so stuff like that doesn't happen. Can't believe it.
Miss McDevitt? Oh, gosh, no. She was a real important person. A flavorist. Made all the food taste decent. She used to work up in the big office with Mr. Thompson. All I know is she left after her son died. It was a real big to-do. I could hear them both yelling clear from my own place.
Uh-huh.
Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well.
That's why there's gotta be more
One
than
big
just
Spacer's
one
Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's
you?
aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders or worse.
Okay.
I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is.
Oh, actually, I spoke to him.
Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways.
Okay. Well, we'll do that. I still gotta look for the town's general store. Got stuff to sell. Oh, it's right there.
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
Any progress on that matter we discussed? Ah, Miss Holcomb. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
This here's Vicar DeSoto. He's always offering spiritual counsel to those that need it.
Thank you for the kind assessment, Miss Holcomb. I admit, I've been quite interested to make our outsider's acquaintance. Please get it. What would you like to discuss?
What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb?
There you go.
Every
That's how
time
you
I
make
try to
interactions.
engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked her to do?
Oh.
Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife.
Exactly.
I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold.
Okay. Is that possible?
Not if things are left to stand as they are.
I mean, that's true.
They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. No. How about, work fortifies the spirit. True exhaustion awaits idle hands.
Seriously, that's what you're saying?
The OSI teaches that the Grand Architect set a perfect system in motion at the beginning of time.
So
Contentment is
corporation.
found by accepting one's role in that grand plan. The Order of Scientific Inquiry, also known as scientism to the layperson. What would you like to discuss?
Yeah, let's get back on track. But let's move on ahead. Oh, here we go. Level up. Engineer, right? Oh, we only made it at 29. Okay. Put one into range. Dialogue. Another into range, and then we'll put the rest in tech. Accept. Come on. Oh, general store. I gotta go there before they close. It's getting a little dark.
I'm not allowed in here. Not since the vending machine incident.
Holcomb, got my eye on you, girl.
Okay,
Miss
interesting.
Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment. Not since that little incident.
Interesting.
Absolutely. I'll keep my hands in my pockets. I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
So you say.
Music to my ears.
Uh-huh. But here's the best part. I'm the one selling stuff. I have 3 swords, sell 2 of them. What do we got? Lager? What does this do? Wow. Some terrible effects. So this one as well. Parts. Ah, this is the junk. 26. Okay. Beautiful. 204.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe salt tuna. All I've got is gourmet. Music to my ears.
No idea. Oh, right. Oh, I got another revolver. Actual revolver. Oh, this is what he has. Right, that's actually what it came to do, was buy stuff. Right. Assault rifle. Takes heavy bullets. What do I have? Heavy ammo, 26 bullets compared to light ammo. Does revolver take heavy? Tough choices, because could go for the assault rifle, but could also get the revolver. Let's get the ranged weapon. Okay, it's fine with me. Okay. I gotta all kinds of stuff now.
Another day at the cannery.
Edgewater, salt tuna, cannery. It's on the other side. Gotta run all the way around again. Pretty sure that there was an exit on the other side. Just didn't happen to see.
That I could fix him up smart.
I just got all my engineering
Searching
stats up.
for repair bay, error, Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply.
I could probably fix that. I mean, if you wanted me to. That's not bad work, mister. You done this before?
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path toward repair bay detected. Initiating self-diagnostics. Spacer's Choice reminds all colonists that serving the Spacer's Choice family is the highest
programmed
possible reward.
message?
I have been programmed to deliver this pre-approved message.
I mean, yeah, now it's done. I'll just collect whatever's here then. Can I get back there? Oh, I can actually open the door. Well, whoever lives here, sucks to be them. Man, I love ghost detectors. There's no way no one lives here. This is it's a nice place and all, but right in the junkyard? Highly, highly unlikely. Alright, I had to go back and get my experience.
Bring us honor, soldier. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer, a weapon to strike fear in their cold mechanical hearts. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter. On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
Wow. Can't believe the man stashed his own stuff behind a toilet in a bathroom, of all places. Makes sense for robots not to go in there, but everyone else, not so much. That is sus.
You think corporate's ever gonna visit?
Oh wait, I can't. Not get a perk. So I get it every other level.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
I'm not. In fact, the only reason why I'm here is because of this.
About that.
Sure there is. We can have another 0G.
So this was the other entrance. It's close by. And then we'll go to this person, back to the resistance leader, have him unpackage the package. And then get some fine wares.
Bring us honor, soldier. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the Hand of the Law. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand bolts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig.
Sounds like fun.
Fun? This ain't some quarterly performance review, soldier. Ours is a grave and sacred duty. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson. I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module. If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of zero-G to your memory.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love living here.
So from every day to once a month, that's a pretty bad ratio now. Getting supplies, let's say 30 days out of the month. Going from 30 to 1 means this place used to be booming back in the day. Now, it's a shadow of its past. It's probably for good reason too. That Mr. Reed doesn't seem like a very understanding person. Check the journal real fast. Everything leads to the plant, but I'll do this one. Go back. Along tomorrow, caching medicine. We'll do that after we go to the geothermal plant. I wonder, is this the back way? Is there a map? Okay. So just hop on the road, go straight, take a right, bam. Okay. Let me save on that. Three of them. There we go. Well, got shot. Guess you could say I'm alright. Another one? That is in fact another one. Low on ammo. There we go. Little refresher. Some experience in the process. What else is there? Heavy ammo. Okay. Three. Alright, here we go. Crack this open.
Oh, clever.
It's fine. Got some better armor. Let's check it out. We have the standard troop armor. Compared to my level 3. It's got tech skills though, and this only has hacking. Man. Man. Quick sneak. Doesn't see us yet. Mag packs. Get more hacking supplies. Alright. Come on. Shoot. Man, stop. You guys got some... Oh, no wonder there's another guy down here. Okay, this is quit the firefight. Something to make you a little bit tougher. I need something to make myself a little bit tougher. If that was not the battlefield.
Something neat?
Expected.
You mean about the mission being too clean? I know, but Vicar says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real
Science.
machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits.
He's talking about
You
a
can tell
theoretical
they've seen
machine.
handling
He
and
ain't
used
talking about a
The
physical
machine
machine.
Vicar sees is one that ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass. It just comes off cold to me, is all.
A little bit. See that?
Where are we headed?
Is this where I get the medicine? Light assault rifle. This is a little bit better. Save on bullets as well. I feel like there might be people over here. Can't confirm. There's no one in here. Which actually makes it a lot better. Just loot all the stuff that's in here. Alright, let's move out from here. We're in a snake behind the bushes. I mean, that's not really bushes. Shoot. This probably is, it could be a good one. Oh, what? Oh. Huh. It's not looking too good. Yikes. Come on, does this guy have any heavy ammo in it? Oh, this does. Didn't I grab it? Oh, I didn't grab it, that's why. Right. Oh, we can't see. Oh, run back. Run back. Oh! Scored a critical. Although I still need more heavy ammo. I gotta check out some of the armor ratings that they have going on. Plasma cutter. That looks pretty sweet. A trip blade? This is basically got a couple of these. $97. They're all 100. This one's a pristine. This does just. Okay, what's the difference? Pristine, 100%, and down there condition, just 100. Aha. Right. Anyhow, sure everything's reloaded.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble.
Good to know.
I don't know you.
Good.
Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
But you're wrong.
Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those.
Nope. Wrong answer.
A geo what? Look, plants ain't my purview. You're better off asking after Adelaide. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you.
Well, it's good to know.
Over in the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No
Greenhouse.
offense, but I've got a lot on my mind.
I do as well.
Much obliged.
So let's loot, and I'll be out of your way.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice.
Poultice?
Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother.
Green Thumb?
A strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes,
Good name for a plant
Adelaide
keeper.
will do just fine.
Gardener.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea.
Tobaccorn?
I brew it in an old
Tobacco
spittoon,
with corn?
But it's been cleaned. A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil. we put down new roots.
Damn, that's pretty philosophical.
It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I will say on the subject. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile?
He more looks
Let's
like a
hear it.
clown.
What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Make amends. Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans?
Whoever said I agreed.
Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do.
A hero to you, maybe. That's just fancy words. See, look at that. A hero isn't someone that would do that. A hero is something that would solve the root of the issue, which is the mayor itself. I'll consider that.
I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Skill points. We needed 25. High maintenance. That's a pretty good one. Don't need this. Well, I'm almost maxed out, but that won't be an issue for long. What do I want? So many choices.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
This guy?
Keep your wits about you,
Nope.
friend.
This guy.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was just occupying myself with a little engineering. Whoa, Miss Parvati. You're, how are you? Hi.
What a nervous fellow.
Hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
Are you from town?
Why is
I mean,
everyone
you
so
don't exactly
antisocial?
look like you're from town.
I realize that this guy has a crush on her and all, but social dictates that you just gotta have a strong language. Be confident in your own words.
Well, what I meant was you're reasonably well armed and don't look stricken with plague.
That's correct.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see.
What is it?
Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see.
The
I
craft? Exactly.
You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering?
Perfect.
Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged.
Probably metalworking, metal casting. For parts. Then that one's probably just general repairs. Got a mix of theory and application.
I wish I knew. I wagered the town had the full set once upon a time. Where the third's gone, I can't say. Would you? I'd be grateful.
Okay, we got another task to do. There. Now I look like a doomed slaying robot. Only if this was green as well. I gotta be back there and take out the core, don't I? Is that what it says? But I'm gonna do all the side quests before that. Friend engineer. Die. Oh yeah, let's just find that. Primal Nest. Bunch of gorillas. Whew. Barely seen that one coming. Ouch. Okay. Do I shoot them? Can't shoot them. shell shocked. Oh, time to go in. Give me one moment. These notifications I keep getting. Okay, there we go. Sakura, welcome. Thanks for the excessive amount of bits as well. Don't have to do that. But I can't say no. A must? But it's can definitely tell you it's not a must. You're spoiling me. Wait. Definitely vending machines. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Check this out. Apparently you can buy ammo from this random vending machine out in the middle of nowhere. What? 20 bullets for 100? That's not even worth it. Okay, we're gonna go in. We're gonna find some so-called medicine. No, no, nope, you don't see me. Hello. Okay. Got a gun finally. Is that? It's just another saber. That was different. Okay. Someone's random arm just laying there. Oh, wait, what? That took me by surprise. Okay, time to heal up. Oh. Oh, what? Come on. Heal up. Alright, here we go. Bullet time. Sakura, it's definitely not a must. It's spoiling me. Jeez. Don't need to. Just out here showing everyone a good experience. Hopefully. The promised engineer. Alright, let's give it a go. I'm in. Okay. This lets me... Oh, I can save that because I already had one of those. I just got another one. It's fine. Coming soon. Antiquary. Maple Applejack. Is there for real nothing up here? Let me rephrase that. Is there for real nothing good up here worth looting? Dropping from above. Wait, where's the story? Some workers came to the wrong place. Oh, I didn't remember that.
Easy.
Right control. And with another sawed off. Getting it good today. That's where the beginning is. Wait, did I just pick up a new weapon? I did. Stun baton. I think we looted this place. Let's see, is there anything in here? It's all outside. The plasma cutter. Slice, dices, cauterizes. Yeah. Got some plasma damage. Some extreme heat. Everything will be fine. So they say. Alright, I was gonna check up here.
Great work.
Fresh bed. Break down a couple things. See, that's what I have on right now. Tech skills. What? I like the way that looks. It's only 4. Retrofitted? Dang, that's looking pretty hardcore if you ask me. 16. Stealth skills, -5. Okay, that's understandable. I look like a machine. It's got 2 more DPS. I need 1 shotgun anyways. Truly a walking mobile tank. Another vending machine? Right, I get so much junk. Profits.
We made it.
There, I think this should make up for the bypass that I just used. Spade. Come on, jump over. What a strange animation. Oh, holy. The guy just break his leg. Right, we gotta go this way anyways. Man, wanted to fight some people. Didn't see anyone along the way. Can't even see my feet. It's like I'm a floating ghost. Not an actual floating ghost.
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Heard Marauders down
Been eating nothing but salt tuna for a year.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you with this.
I've got some time. Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses.
Okay.
How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources.
Okay, so it'd be cheaper to save everyone for the medicine. What you were talking about earlier.
Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. Don't want to make a habit of consorting with smuggler types. You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case you tried to negotiate with me. Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
You wanna mingle, go try the cantina. Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows. Here, take my fees. I'm never getting that medicine, so I may as well buy myself a grave. Something nice and wide. Plenty of room to spin around inside.
Give you some motivation.
You what? But why?
Okay, why?
I was dependent on you.
I know.
Does it feel good? Robbing an old man of his last shred of hope?
Uh-huh. Little bit. Okay, as I was saying, howdy, Maker. Howdy.
Keep your distance, friend. Sick house is no place for a traveler.
Oh, I cut my own hair.
Germs. Physical hygiene
Nice.
recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness. So everyone says, until someone forgets to cough into their elbow, and then we're all dying of plague. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment.
What? How do I report to you if I'm dead?
Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions.
You mean you're broke?
As broke as pie crust, friend. Bidless, indigent, destitute. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch.
Some quality drama.
Thank you, no. I despise the cereals. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay. And that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies. Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work,
This guy's eyes are pretty wide.
Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings. Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions. Much obliged.
Conrad's. That's who I just spoke to. Gotta speak to this other guy. Wait a minute. There we go.
You the new worker?
No.
Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law, you ought to be.
I'm not.
Law requires delinquent
And
gravesite
honestly,
fees to be
I don't
paid by the
care
deceased party's
about
closest
your
living
corporate
relative,
laws.
Which meant me. Shame though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Not half as awful as the bill Eugene left us with. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism.
People are property now? We can do arrest his corpse? Vandalism. All of these are pretty good. Go to.
When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it.
Socialism?
In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice.
So this is corporate socialism. Gotcha.
Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May his atoms be commended to the law. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's graveside fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town... I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
Yeah, I'll leave you to that. Damn, that's some pretty good armor right there. That's it. Okay. Temptation.
What can I do for you? Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor?
You loosely?
I am a Spacer's Choice certified surgeon. And if you must know, I can stitch a severed thumb with a 58% chance of avoiding gangrene.
That's not good.
Go ahead. The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Still, it is a shame. Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of phlegm, a tendency towards belly aching.
Just sounds like the flu. Seems so like the flu.
Whatever it may be, I have developed my own palliative. Boiled canid liver and a splash of ethanol.
I'm leaving. This guy's an idiot. Apparently, corporatism just rots your brain. Man. Alright. Okay.
Hey, Miss Parvati. Come for a visit?
Not today. Just helping this fella.
Right. She mentioned her dad. It's tough.
Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss.
About, old Pops.
Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the house. Oh. Well,
Well, we gotta show a little compassion here and
Something
there.
I can do for you?
Wouldn't be right otherwise. Yes, about those fees.
Run into any trouble? Conrad's barbershop is a yawning pit that swallows his every bit. I keep telling him he should cut a few corners. Skimp out on the disinfectant. You gotta put the squeeze on Conrad. Find some dirt on him. Maybe check his back room. That's the word, extortion. Been on the tip of my tongue all day.
Oh, what? Okay, looks like we are actually extorting this person.
What can I do for you?
If I just open the door. Scientist? Receptionist shot him. Oh, so that's that one guy. That the foreman was talking about. Eugene. Kind of want to steal the outfit. Could use that.
What can I do for you? You know about Eugene? How?
From the foreman?
Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now.
Then let me
Eugene's
do it.
golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave. That's unthinkable.
I'm sure he won't miss them.
Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely the property of Spacer's Choice. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I?
Are you asking rhetorically? Because if you're being serious... Ugh, gross.
Desperate measures, Miss Holcomb. Desperate measures.
Of course.
I'm going to have
Very
to ask
desperate.
Silas to dig up those teeth. It's the only way I'm paying my gravesite fees.
Are you sure about this?
I'm sure that I have no other choice. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU. Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain, yes, but that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse, and I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine. Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia drove him to take his own life.
I see.
We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect.
That's pretty awful.
I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with a suicide.
Right. Like that would actually matter. Alright. Let's see what else say.
Grave digging's a fine profession. Always work to be had, and nary a word of complaint out of your clients.
Of course you would say that. Okay. Eugene?
Yeah? What about him? Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where it's supposed to be. The night we were supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. When I woke up, his body was gone. Spirited away. Vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the dead.
Okay, I don't believe that last one.
Let me know if you find anything.
I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go. Marauders. Okay, which one? Which is auto chain. 5,122 bits. Wow. It's gotta be one of these. Said that there was footprints. So on people's gravestones, you just put their net value with. Some empty grave. Man, what's this guy napping on the job? Is this something? No, he's gotta know something.
Something I can do for you? You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. And I'll buy you a drink sometime. Oh, suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another. Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. I shook hands with the guy. What? No. If I knew he was sick, I would have had him reported. I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list, you see? Yeah? Former people, yeah. Marauder's been raiding my graves, you see? Hence the armed guards. Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, the company's gonna duck my pay.
Okay. Good to know that everyone here is owned by a company. Well, next thing you know, you're gonna say, "Oh, hey, your body was grew in my lab, so technically I own you." How crazy this game kind of is. Okay, before I start this fight, I'm gonna save. fine. Never been better. I spent 2 hours and I'm still stuck on this place. Didn't actually know there was a hideout down here, just tunnel. Instantly think, oh, enemies and loot. Well, we skipped the enemy part and there's the loot.
Nice.
Wait, this is that book that the guy wanted in Victory? Okay, well, we got that. We'll carry on. Wait, was this a shortcut? Wait a minute. They don't see me. Let me save real fast. And then I'll stretch him. Wow. That's pretty deep. Some snacks off this place. Close one. This was a named boss. Good thing I had enough bullets then. Alright, I'm encumbered now. Got too many of those. That was a bit out of nowhere. Okay, how do you swap? Oh, I leveled up as well. Okay. I was confused for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna go to there. Ah, here we go. Ah, this is the inventory. Alright, let's just throw a helmet on. Weapons, Spacer's Choice pistol. 121. It's pretty good. Impact hammer. Let her get those. Let's give her more health. Guess what? Today's your lucky day. No, don't engage. Pretend like you don't exist. Just run. Get rid of the aggro meter. There's gotta be a way to sneak in there. Check that left side. Ooh, I could probably jump in there. Let me switch armors. I wonder if I could sneak it behind it and shut it down.
Oh. Incoming!
Oh, I gotta run. Oh, what? Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's it. I'm dead. Ugh. Second time I've died. Can I install mods? Out in the open? Oh, wait, I could probably use the plasma cutter. Let's just jump right in there.
System.
It's been dug out right here. Glowing sword, yep. Tough falling asleep. Definitely is. Yep, I acquired this out of a box actually. It's a plasma cutter, and it does, of course, plasma damage. So it's pretty good. Against robots, at least. I got a mod earlier that lets me do shock damage to robots. Put down my phone and boom, no longer tired. Yep. That tends to happen. Get the drowsy feeling. It's just sitting there, falling asleep. And you're like, alright, it's time for me to actually stop. Then when you stop, put away the phone, you just lay there, you're like, how come I'm not falling asleep? And there you have it. Back to the ship. Guess what? Oh, that's hurting a little bit. Oh no. Level 12? No wonder why they do so much damage. Okay. Okay. Could have gone smoother. I definitely should have took the more aggressive route because sneaking around is just not my style. Makes life easier, of course, but still pretty difficult. Let you handle that. Or not. Wow, to think if I was playing on Supernova, she would have died about 6 times over, 7 times? I've lost count at this point where she goes down. The geothermal plant. All the electricity and the resources.
The control room.
I'm taking this. Dang. Essentially made all my money back. Spacer's Choice. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this sucks. I think I'd be a little bit better against people. There we go. Use the plasma cutter. Nothing here. I guess I'll be using this for now.
System beginning.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, it's through there, but what's down here then? What could I possibly find down here? Some stimulation? Wow, who would have thought? Master control plant sites. Operating at 22% efficiency. To both places. Okay. Activate switches.
3 switches. Probably easy enough.
Any good maintenance officer switches. And I'm not even maintenance of this place. Last of them, I think there's one more around. It's back here. Oh. So bored, what's the plan now? What do you plan on doing?
Processing.
Oh, I can leap. To like pass out, I guess. I mean, that's a pretty decent plan.
Sys searching.
Here they come!
An area.
Miss McDevitt's folk if we send power to the Veil.
Self-diagnostics complete. Navigation systems operational.
Oh,
Combat
it's that.
systems operational. It's not the best choice. It's the Spacer's choice. All systems fully operational. Return journey successfully completed.
Hydration.
Spacer's Choice would like to thank you for complying with your duties. Hostile actions towards Spacer's Choice mechanics are contrary to logical directive. Conclusion: all hostile automechanicals must be defective
guy's
in
gonna help me out.
compliance with Spacer's Choice policy. All defective
Let's go.
automechanicals must be permanently dismantled. Please allow me to assist. Affirmative. Mechanicide protocols loaded. Awaiting confirmation.
Might as well. Let him do his work. Written note. Okay, where did I come from? So I came from there. Doors open there. Another way up there. Another way up here. We'll explore it little by little. Conceal too low. Oh. Yeah, it's. No kidding. Again, this goes up. And goes back down. Okay, so it's just a skywalk that goes across. Someone that's named Chester. Someone down there? There is, in fact, someone down there. Whoa. Yeah, we'll get to him right now. I'm not even a phantom.
Just leave me alone.
It's always good to be a phantom.
Just leave me alone.
St. Phasmo? What's this man talking about?
Not real. You're not real.
Amogus.
I agree. That is sus. Amogus.
No, just leave me alone.
I'll take that.
Get away.
This guy's lost
You're
it.
not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram.
Most people don't see me coming.
You can talk? The Phantom's never talked before. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
This guy's lost it.
Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my imagination. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely.
Exactly.
I use it as a reminder. Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2 weeks and forever. My recollection's a touch fuzzy these days.
Interesting. This is truly an Illuminati moment.
Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna critic, Aetherwave personality, chairman of the board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon.
Wait. Chairman of the
I've
board?
come a long way for
what
someone who
board?
started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant. I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section. Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons.
A fellow engineer, exactly. Precisely.
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Mechanics follow the behavior of their logic module. Someone tamper with that? Of course. If they tamper with that, it can't be rewritten.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you. Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started. Security chief found me and confiscated the logic module.
Okay, well, this, okay, learned, one thing. Someone was either really looking to sabotage this place, or they were really stupid. I'm gonna assume the latter. People aren't really the wise. This place. What in the world? Oh, you got that kind of ad on an engineering stream? That's the most sus of all.
Mind the scene. You're liable to get scalded.
System. Searching for unauthorized persons.
Oh, howdy, Raiders. Welcome. Ms. Bella. We're just having a grand time here. Nice free raid. How's it going? What'd you do? What'd you stream? What were you doing?
If we send the power to Mr. Frederick, what happens to Vale?
So these are the questions. All this wonderful stuff. Well, Raiders, as you can see, we are We're having a mini adventure in space. Call me a space engineer if you really wanted to, right now. So we're just breaking stuff down, repairing stuff, usual. At least for you. Give me a moment. How's this? Is this better? I'm pretty sure this picks it up just a touch better. Good. I'm glad it's better. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I wasn't sure if anyone was really hearing me. Anyways, we're playing The Outer Worlds RPG, Obsidian Studio, same people that made Fallout, New Vegas specifically. Fun stuff. RPG. Of course, you got your handy dandy space engineer here. Just out trying to find parts for the ship. Nope. So, what'd you do, Raiders? What'd you do? What were you doing, Isabella? Hopefully nothing, too crazy. Alright, I need to go break some stuff down. That'll actually be handy. Wait a minute. Pristine. Take out both of those. Smolby, appreciate the follow. I just now noticed that. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. How's armor looking? Guess we only need one lab uniform. All right. Get rid of these notifications. If it's one thing I don't like, I hate notifications. Poor people. Okay, that leads back to the main area. This leads to an earlier section. And this is the last switch.
I'm not sure what the light is. All I know is the decision's final.
I know what decision I'm gonna make. But before we do that, let's do a quick save before anything crazy happens.
Once we do this, they're still going back. Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
Yeah? Well, just
I don't
listen.
think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore.
Understandable.
But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be
That's
punished.
true. They don't. In fact, everyone that lives in Edgewater right now is stuck by corporatism. Oh, appreciate the follow, Imperial. Welcome aboard to the lab. I hope it'll be a good experience for you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that.
No, that's fine.
I felt like I had to say something.
Opinions matter.
Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
Alright, let's get on with this. Redirect power. We want to wait a minute. Save again, just in case. Edgewater. Decision's final. Alright, and it's time to head on out. We're gonna see what our actions have led to. Hopefully nothing too bad. Forgot, can't I just fast travel there? Can. Okay, makes everything a little bit easier to go to. Feel bad for all the poor trees that are dying. Oh,
what happened? Sprat fell into a transformer again?
okay, where's the man at?
Adelaide's okay. Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead.
Haha.
No kidding. Really? Well, which one?
Well, part 2 found in the cemetery, part 3, I don't know where part 1 is.
Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special, on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Well, don't keep me in suspense.
Suspense? Let's go.
The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible! You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals.
Well, let's just say it
2
was.
whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Sure, I'd be glad to take them off your hands.
Alright, and then I need one more. Sir.
Don't see why Thomas can't just get the generator up and running. Something I can help you with?
Reselling?
Nothing. With the power gone, we've got to conserve our supplies.
Beautiful.
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild Canaans, on the other hand.
Okay. Let me. I'm supposed to find journal number 1. Let's set this as the active quest. Good. Good. Anyways, been through here, dug around a little bit. I can't believe I missed that. That was upstairs. I wonder, it didn't even look like an actual journal. Journal. What do we got for quests? The logic module? I forgot about that too. Okay. We'll have to go back and grab that after we deliver this last one. No, all this talk of engineering. It's time for an engineering stream. It's just strictly lessons. Might learn a little something. Hydration? Alright, thanks Luna.
Any luck finding one of those manuals?
Yep, got the last one.
No kidding. Really? Well, which one?
The last one.
Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Ms. Parvati.
Greatest?
I swear.
Gotta get through me first.
I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Where'd that come from? Okay. Huh.
Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all. What's on your mind? Couple months. This camp's
Okay, I'm kind of... Okay. How about we do a little bit of this. Just read fast travel. Hopefully that gets rid of that menu that just... Yep, there we go. Got rid of that menu that was kind of just popped up there. Modify? What do we have for mods? $150? Zapped mag. Save that. little bit of a weapon upgrade. Don't mind if I do. No, let's switch back over. Okay, so it levels up with you with each upgrade. Right.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve.
Uh-huh.
I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock.
Your
so
flock?
See me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility.
Okay. This is
Tell
mine.
Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. You offering to cross Reed off, huh?
Well, the guys
Is
is
this some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done?
no, not really.
Or are you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos?
No, not really.
Kill Reed if you must.
No, I'm not
Talk
doing
him
that.
into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together.
Okay, that's enough. Simply because with Edgewater, the mayor just sees everyone as just a cog in a machine, a corporate machine, so to speak. It's one with the compassion within this place, because as you can see, it's you got people that are sick, you got wires. Just looks kind of run down. You know what it reminds me of? An old mining town that you would see. Except this is the cannery town. Not much opportunity out here.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their post?
Excuse me, but you're gonna have to leave your post.
Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am hungry. I have made my share of mistakes, but I have done my best for this town.
And the best of the town. I'm gonna have to say the same.
I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home. I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic.
Stupid.
The very notion is just grotesque. A raw vegetable? Why don't you just ask me to go chew the bark off of a tree? We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat Saltuna here, and only Saltuna.
No wonder why they don't get any nutrients either.
I don't understand. You say Adelaide's growing her own food, but that should not be possible. The soil's gone sour. Company said as much. Our own botanists couldn't grow decent crops for us, so the company got rid of them and shut down the greenhouse. Evidence. Adelaide has a secret, and I want to know what it is. If she's tending crop in her greenhouse, she's discovered something. No, but I will give you a word of advice from the Spacer's Choice Manual of Conduct. If you want to discover the truth about someone, search their belongings.
Big Brother's always watching. Ain't that the reality of life? Good night? No, not going to bed, but thanks for the bit, Sakura. I got people to save, engineering to do, and fixing up my ship. Alright, but check the journal. Oh right, I'm actually in town. Go talk to
Almost lost a finger.
what's that place at? So you walk. Oh, right here. No, it's not here. Turka guy. Ah, I came through there. Deliver this book to this guy.
It's a fine new day in Edgewater. The cannery hums, streetlights and faces glow. I suppose this means the two of you were able to sort out the matter? The greater good can be difficult to determine. None of us can know the effects of our decision in a year, or 10, or 100. Take comfort in the fact that your choices are always, ultimately, in line with the grand plan.
The grand plan.
Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French.
Oh no.
It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
Dang, this guy's pretty vulgar. I like it. Spitting facts.
Well, yes.
The greater
But I assure
good.
you, it was not for personal gain, only for the greater good.
What an
I've spent
excuse.
my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
Leading your flock. Cosmic retribution.
Bokono, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist School of Thought, so the book is banned in this colony. The story of my life. Most lay people are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worst idea to share my thoughts with a superior.
Uh-oh, backfired.
And that's how I ended up assigned prison duty, where I was fool enough to let an inmate bend my ear with stories of an original Bokonu journal. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bokonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling.
Don't need it.
And I'd be happy to watch your back.
That
I'm
I'd
pretty
probably...
handy with a toss ball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well.
Hacking? Okay. All part of Vicar training?
Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my penitentiary term. Left many an opponent bleeding in the prison yard. Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery and to leave this place behind.
Got one more.
I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
Of course. It's one more person to add to the crew. Aha. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of that. Let's redo that. Okay, we'll leave it at 5. Yeah, we'll apply that. 5 perks. So we got 2 right now. Don't need that. Don't need that. Base health. Could use that. Choosing perks is always the most difficult, but get these two. Become fast. I am speed.
think something outside the walls.
There's gonna be like some notes around here. Experimental notes. Last. Root personal files. Open. Last. Okay. Well, we got through that pretty fast. Pretty sure that was the evidence.
Look at that. The snake's come back. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery.
Right there.
3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back into the earth. The secret is human corpses.
Wait, what?
I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients.
Okay, that's super sus. Can we get what in the world?
I have got a means to cure the plague, and I will not share that cure until Reed leaves town. Those are my terms.
Amogus.
He was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store
Definitely
of medicine
sus.
locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear.
Okay. Boards first? It's not the first unless it's boards first. bad puns. I guess I can travel through this place faster. I don't have to worry about slowly moving along. Finally speed my way right through.
You might not care for my leadership, but I appreciate what you've done for this town. You'll excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil?
All I know is that it involves some really complicated math, and it works.
And when you say special fertilizer, you mean what exactly?
Okay, can I exit this conversation? Mostly human.
Adelaide has been using dead bodies in her fertilizer? That's... Come to think of it, that's a stroke of brilliance. What a remarkably efficient solution. Recycling Spacer's Choice property long after its date of expiration. I was wondering about those missing bodies in Silas's cemetery. So, Adelaide wants me gone. Trade my life for the life of the town. You understand what she's doing. If I leave town, I'm as good as dead. If I stay, Edgewater will die of attrition. Adelaide has discovered some secret cure for the plague, and she is holding my town ransom. If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in the way.
That gets me.
My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them. No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose... I don't know. I could see myself lasting a week. I do. Adelaide's found a cure. I have always tried to do right by my town.
Okay, well, got that sorted out. And also, is my voice that relaxing, see? Is that a compliment? Asleep during stream. My voice is generally smooth, soft. Although I doubt it's pleasing to the ears. Oh right, a couple more followers. Katsuo, appreciate for the follow. Glad you could stop by. And let's just say you're in for a long ride. Timothy Udon Wizard, thanks for the follow.
Look at that. The snake's come back.
Perhaps it was your voice, but I'm leaning towards my rise in stress. Wouldn't stress keep you awake because you're stressing? The anxiety levels are progressively getting higher. Then you get the cortisol built up in the frontal cortex. And that just keeps you awake at night. And then just keeps you thinking. And thinking.
I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time
A little
our
bit.
flock made our way back to Edgewater.
But that's just one way of your body coping with
Carry
with
on
everything.
with our lives as best we may.
Could be the combination
You're
of both.
vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward. You telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted.
Not really.
Might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Double burden to carry.
Enjoy your meal. Get energized up. And do what you can. Gotta go over here and grab some stuff. Mantis Swarm? The design looks familiar. Alright, let's go in here. I gotta grab what was it? The logic module, right. And I gotta take it back to the leader of the resistance. Let's see. Perfect. It's not even that far away. Chief card. Okay, how do I get back there? Skips part of it. The key's got to be somewhere in the final room. I just kind of skimmed over it. Extend of sight. I wonder if the card is with Chester. Didn't even notice this back here until I really looked. Okay, we better talk to this guy.
What's eating you?
Everything.
The tail. Definitely start with the tail. If you're feeling adventurous, the ears are a particular delicacy.
What?
Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium. I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as usual, I missed out.
Missed out? You should be glad that you're still alive, living, kicking.
Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides.
Couple of months.
Braised, boiled, charred, skewered. Sprats are good eating, friend. Chock full of brain food.
I don't know about that.
I specialized in auto mechanicals.
This is Big Tycoon.
Oh, before. Definitely before. Sissy Pig Tycoonery was the apex of my long and storied career. Jimmy'd opened the vending...
Okay. It's gotta be a key somewhere. Could always sleep. I'm not finding it. I need to find it. Okay, if it's not in the final room, if it's not Chester, it's gotta be nearby. Right, I haven't been in here. Wait. Nope. Could be in here? I don't think so. Don't tell me it's in there. Actually, I haven't checked up here thoroughly. Maybe? Is there painting in here? No. Spacer's Choice. Alright, I actually want to go back and do this. It's operating at 53% efficiency. Huh. Has been removed from the Emerald Vale power grid. Rest in peace, the Botanical Garden. Okay. Auto saving. Oh, ouch. Boston ankle. Feels like I'm just going in loops. Been through there. That leads back through there. I thought I grabbed both of those when I first came through. Guess I didn't. Oh, there's my leg again. And yeah, we're back here. Hang on. I myself am gonna go grab some hydration. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Howdy, Colt. Welcome, welcome. Just go back with some hydration and, okay. Okay. Z, I see you. Microwave time. Pristine. Level 5. This is pristine level 8. Could always use this for parts. Man, listening to the microwave has made me slightly hungry. I could definitely go for something. What kind of food? No idea. Times it. I guess I could make some scrambled eggs. Not a bad idea. Alright, we'll go visit our friend here. Then we'll head to the ship. Then we'll save. We'll do a hard save.
Never seen the Veil lit up like this before. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple bits for your trouble. And a little something to remember me by.
Perfect. Then I must miss my leave. Okay, apparently there's something. Shock stick. Oh, that means I can get rid of this regular baton. Perfect. Alright, time to get off this dusty place.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship.
I mean,
working
yeah.
on a real engine. Belonging to a proper crew.
Yeah, you are one
I'm
now.
the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but Every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling. Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy.
Sometimes we gotta go out and
I
explore.
want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you?
No. Yeah, you can
I
come
could
along.
tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think? Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room.
Sounds good. I mean, to be fair,
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community.
applaud my
What can I do
time.
for you, Captain? Do you know how to install a power regulator?
I do.
Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure.
I
Our
certainly hope
engine
so.
room is located behind you, across the cargo bay, at the ladders.
Yep. Alright, time to get the ship finally repaired. Took me almost 4 hours to get this repaired. I mentioned it, a bunch of other optional missions along the way. Okay, let me get this helmet off of you. Great. Aesthetics just doesn't look good.
What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the Unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Alright, here we go. Let's hope this ship's up and running. The old Unreliable takes flight.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
About time.
Ah, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the Unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine.
Slowing down
What you
time?
saw in
Okay.
Emerald Vale is happening all across the
Perfect.
colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Good to know.
Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Probably.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Got it. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where am I? Okay, we're gonna hard save. And then we're gonna stop right here, because this can be a long time before anything gets caught up. Alright. Turn this down just a smidge. Okay. Testing. Okay. There we go. I got a good balance of volume. I assume, at least. Anyways. Take off my goggles. This will conclude today's stream. Thank you for everyone that stopped by. The bits, and Isabella for the raid. And all the new follows that came along. I appreciate it. But with that, this concludes our stream. It's David W. the Engineer, and like always, until the next time, take care everyone.